we doing tonight? Hello, Danny, Sports Gaming, Sports Highlights. Or, Daniel Barry, Sports Highlights. Daniel Barry, Rams Official. 2722. I really hate that YouTube is doing the thing. Doing like the usernames now instead of other usernames. It's like Demonic Streets of Philadelphia by Bruce Springsteen. Hello, everyone. First of all, I am going to there. I found out how to actually make Google Sheets full screen so that we don't have like all of the stuff. I was trying to get it to dark mode, to do a dark mode, but I don't believe that it's possible. This is the best we can get. I wanted to do a dark mode especially for this. I could have like had everything be the sort of like I kind of wanted everything to sort of be like a red and black color scheme. Unfortunately, I can only do so much, but welcome to Alphacade, where we will be playing games released for the Nintendo Virtual Boy. Virtual Boy. I've never seen one in real life, and even if I did, I would not be able to see the major feature of the console anyway because of my vision. The main thing with the Virtual Boy, of course, is that it's in 3D! And I can't see 3D, especially stereoscopic 3D. Or I think in this case it's actually anaglyphic. No, anaglyphic 3D is something different. This is stereoscopic 3D. Doesn't matter, I can't see either. But this one's gonna be kind of interesting. I think we're gonna see. Well, it's interesting for a couple of reasons. One, this is gonna be kind of different to the last one I did last week for Sega 32X. You'll note with that one, I was kind of concerned, at least initially, that I would not have time to do it all in one stream. Turns out that was actually not too hard, and it wasn't even one of my longest streams. It was a bit on the long side. It was about 5.5 hours, but I've definitely done longer streams. That makes me a bit concerned about this one, because this has about half the games of the Sega 32X. So I've extended the timer back to 7 minutes, and I may end up doing some homebrew as well. But, problem with the Virtual Boy homebrew scene is it's not really all that fascinating. There's two homebrew software, two pieces of homebrew software, especially at the very end, that I kind of want to cover. Not sure if I will rank both of them. One of them I specifically want to rank. And that's kind of the other thing, too, is some of the prototypes for Virtual Boy I think are interesting enough to where I will drop my rule for ranking them. Also, there's 20 fucking games. We are going to have time to rank the 2 or 3 prototype games that exist. So that's going to be fun. It was raining hardcore, like a couple of hours before doing stream, and I was very concerned that there was going to be a lot of internet could cut out and that could make streaming a lot more difficult. Turns out that's not really too big of an issue, I don't think. But, because it seems like the rain has kind of... At least the worst of the rain seems like it's kind of past us. All right. We have Vincent. Hello, how are you doing, Vincent? All right. Let's start off. You'll notice that Virtual Boy is very nearly widescreen somehow. I did not even notice that, but yeah. You'll also notice I have the Kami avatar for 2 reasons. Well, for 3 reasons, actually. One, when the hell else am I actually going to use this? I've had this for a long time. I think this is the first time I've ever even used the full body avatar. 1. And 2, all the games are in red, so seems fitting. And 3, of the 2 games available for the Virtual... Of the, 20 games available for the Virtual Boy, 2 of them are Tetris. I rest my case. This is the system for commies. It seems quiet. I improve. I improve. I'll turn it up 1 more. That should be fine, I think. I actually have it in black and white. I should turn it to red and black, at least for a little bit. Just so you can see what this thing would have originally looked like. There. Bet you regret me doing that now. I certainly regret it. Alright. 3D Tetris. 3D! Alright, start the timer. Again, 7 minutes this time. Or if it does, I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, this is not actually Tetris. It is in fact Weltris. That said though, Weltris is quite fun, I must say. Except... one kind of annoying thing about this is that it constantly moves... It does constantly move the playing field. You can kind of get around this by pressing the L button. And the way that it works is you move the pieces with the left D-pad. You can rotate with the right D-pad, as well as the A and B buttons. The A and B buttons turn it, I believe, in the second dimension. The right D-pad does so in the third dimension. It sounds a lot more complicated than it actually is. Okay, yeah. It's something you definitely need to get used to if you aren't used to it already. However, it is not as complicated as it may seem. It's definitely not as complicated rather as I am making it seem due to my description. And for what it's worth, the game does give you a lot of, it starts you out very slow, so that you have the ability to kind of grasp how this works if you are not otherwise familiar with Weltris. Hello, Drunky Cheese, how are you doing? Yes, Virtual Boy is intense. 3D. Can you even count that high? Can you even count that many Ds? 3D's nuts! Sorry. I'm gonna switch it back to black and white. Oh, that is much easier to see. Holy shit. Again, you kind of have to press the L button, rather, to get it to not rotate the screen like that. Or in order for it to center the screen properly. Which is quite unfortunate. I kind of see what they were trying to do. I'm not going to say they were necessarily successful in doing it. Oh, did I? No, I didn't. I think that's... I'll play this a bit more. I might have fucked myself. I did. Okay, this is fine. You can get more points by getting like combos. Like by doing like 2 or 3 layers at a time. And and eventually this clears. Oh no, it doesn't clear. I think it's this is really annoying. I get why they did this, I just really hate that they did it. I think there's a way to turn off the auto rotate either, is the really unfortunate bit. But the interesting thing too is that this is not immediate game over. I think you have like a certain amount of times you can do that. Kind of interesting too, because they did revisit this specific version of Weltris or Block Hole or however you call it on the 3DS. You may remember there was a game called, was it just called Tetris 3D or Tetris No, I think Tetris Access was something different. One of the earlier 3DS games was essentially this. Hello, Orc. No, not Orc. Drunky Cheese. There was a color version of this on PC in the 80s, or not? Yes, Weltris. Yes, you're thinking of Weltris. It was also released in the arcade as Blockout. I think I might have said Block Hole. That was a different game. Somehow not pornographic, Block Hole. Block Hole is, what Game Boy owners may know as Quarth. Every puzzle game deserves a killer soundtrack. I think the soundtrack is fine. I think it's actually very good, in my personal opinion. So they tried for years to push this game since the late 80s without much success. If you want to like go down a fun rabbit hole, look up because that version you're thinking of, Weltris, that was endorsed by Alexei Palatov, I believe his name is, who was the original creator of Tetris. You want to go down a fun rabbit hole, look into like all of the failed all of the failed games that were created by Alexei Palatov that tried and failed to be Tetris. Like that to me, I think, is always fun. Like, you have, like, Tetris really is kind of capturing lightning in a bottle. Like, you can't really replicate that again. And Alexei kind of proved that by trying for, like, 40 years to no avail to replicate it. Probably the closest he ever got was Bombless, which you might know as, like, Tetris 2. Oh, I say that. Tetris 2, I think, is kind of different from Bombless. Also called Tetris Flash. There was Hatris. It was like Tetris, but with hats. Not to mention, like, not just what Alexei did, but, like, what a bunch of companies did. They saw how successful Tetris was, especially on the Game Boy, and they tried and failed to replicate that. The games that came, like, the closest to being a suitable Tetris replacement are ones like Puyo Puyo, Columns, Clax, you could maybe argue, although I wouldn't even say that. Clax is just kind of... Clax is not a suitable replacement for Tetris. There are people who will disagree with that. I will say that Clax is a very good game, but you are wrong. Case in point, do you see Clax 99? Do you see Clax Effect? Do you see Apaclax? The GBA homebrew? Do you see Clax.io? I rest my case. I rest my case, Your Honor. I would be concerned about playing this too long, but also there's not that many games for Game Boy. It's not like I'm really pressed for time here, now am I? Let's go until a game over. Why the fuck not? That'll be fun. I think eventually you do start getting, like, other shapes, too. So you get, like you get, like, an S. You get, like, a classic Tetris, S piece. You know me, I will never pass up an opportunity to play Tetris, even if it is kind of shitty pseudo-Tetris. Actually, I think that might take too long for me to... This is a very easy game, is kind of the problem. It's a good game, it kind of takes a bit too long to really ramp up, is kind of the big issue with it. I think they were like they were so focused on making this version of Tetris kind of playable that they forgot to really make it challenging in any meaningful capacity. I will say though, here's something that I predict. I predict that most of the Virtual Boy games are actually going to rank in the... I am streaming... Yeah, I'm using an emulator. Hello, Nintendo. I'm using an emulator. That's why the graphics are in black and white instead of in white and black instead of red and black. In fact, I could switch back to black and red. I can even like switch to a couple of... I can do black and blue. Let's not do that. You can do black and cyan. Black and electric cyan. Oh my. Nah, I'm gonna stick to black and white. Electric cyan is, that's my favorite Pokemon game. Pokemon Electric Cyan. Yeah, the black and white kind of gave it away. Exactly. Also, hello, Marioer. Marioer. Is that like a Mario lawnmower? I don't know. Do I have Mario Clash? I have all of the Virtual Boy games released, and some that weren't. Yep, it is RetroArch. Yes. And hello, Arus218. How are you doing? Royal Pair? Hell yeah. Pokemon Royal Pair. All of these could be like black and green. Oh, is this game? Oh shit, it's original Game Boy mode. Let's fucking go. Alright, I'm bored of this now. It's Marior. Oh, it's Marior, because he's Marior. Okay, I see. Anyway, 3D Tetris. I'm gonna say fun. I think it would be ranked higher if it didn't take so long for things like the speed and challenge and everything to kind of ramp up. Otherwise, it would probably it could be very fun. I don't know about outstanding, but I think like if the difficulty ramped up a little bit further. Also, if it didn't have like that, like I see what they were trying to do, having like I think like what they were trying to do is like they were trying to make the camera sort of auto orient to like the part of the cube that you are focused on. It doesn't do a very good job at that. And really, I would rather it just be kind of like Blockout. That's essentially what this is essentially Blockout, but with, it's essentially Blockout, but with like kind of like a 3D wireframe and a bit more 3D-ness, I suppose. Now try Mario Clash. I am doing it in A to Z order. We will get to Mario Clash in due time. Saying that, there is a game I'm going to be skipping for right now. Faceball Remastered. I will get back to this towards the end of the stream, because I think that this, one, could be the highlight, and two, very well might be homebrew. But instead, we will go to Galactic Pinball. Mario 3D World? Yeah, that's a fun game. I'd say Mario Odyssey is a little bit better, in my personal opinion. Scary noise. Oh, you like it? This is the last thing you hear before you die. This is the sound of Galaxy. It's fine, don't worry about it. I'm going to switch back to black and white, because I think it might be set to black and electric cyan or whatever bullshit. What other colors do I have? Black and negative. What? Oh, okay. Oh, no, I see. Black and magenta. I see. Black and yellow, black and hell yeah. Phil. Finally, Pittsburgh represent. The official Pittsburgh color scheme of Virtual Boy. Who's ready for some pinball?
Welcome to Space World. Let's go.
I beg your pardon? Also, I love how they made the warning screen in both English and Japanese. They couldn't even be asked to change it mid-region.
Welcome to Space World. Let's go.
Welcome to the Fantasy Zone. Get ready. Oh, you have a couple of, oh, top score. Okay, those are the only, Oh, no, you do have a couple of, different pinball tables. You have that one, you have that one, you have that one. Honestly, a lot of these just feel very samey. But, let's try this one. I thought I set this to allow for analog. Oh, I did. Hang on. Oh, that's how. Okay, understood. Well, guess what? It's pinball. Very slow-moving pinball. That is the thing about Nintendo, though. I think anybody with a functioning brainstem would have known that the Virtual Boy didn't really have, like, much of an actual chance in the market. And yet they still put their ass into these games that I don't think there was any realistic chance of them actually selling. Like, Nintendo put their ass into everything, even if they knew it wasn't gonna sell. Or maybe maybe they didn't know it wasn't gonna sell, but, like, did they really think it might? I'm gonna try a different table. This is not Virtual Boy. It's supposed to be headache-inducing red. I'm glad... You know what? Your wish is my command. Absolutely, Chad. Also, a lot of these games would have an automatic pause mode.
Welcome to Space World. Let's go.
That is so close to Welcome to the Fantasy Zone. Get ready. Top score. That's my favorite pinball table. I don't know about you. Let's do this one. You were just playing Turn It Back? No, you know what? No, you asked for this, Chad. Be careful what you wish for. This is... Who would I be if I did not honor the stupid wishes of my chat room? Cool noises. That might actually be really loud for you. I'm gonna turn that down a little bit. Virtual Boy gave you a headache the first time you tried one. I've never actually used a real Virtual Boy. I kind of wonder if it would have that same sort of headache, I kind of wonder if it would actually... I would have the actual issue of it inducing headaches for me, since I can't really see stereoscopic 3D... Stereoscopic 3D in the first place. I think we've encountered a problem here. This is a very boring pinball table, I must confess. Oh, you can use the L and R buttons as flippers. That's actually kind of better than what I was doing. I kind of like that, actually. Kind of wish more pinball games would do it that way. More pinball games like SNES onward that had actual like bumper buttons or even trigger buttons. I feel like that would be a much more satisfying way of doing pinball. So they got one thing right and about, I don't want to say like a whole lot else wrong. It's just, this is just a very boring pinball game. It gives you a bunch of tables. Shame none of them are really fun in any capacity. That was a tilt? Oh, that would make sense. Okay. This is fine? Yeah, that's the problem, though. It's kind of just fine. Let's try another one of the tables.
Welcome to Space World. Let's go.
Hey, LCX. Welcome to Space World. Let's go! Totally doesn't sound like any other video game at all. I don't know what you're talking about. That's totally original sounding voice clips. I got a bonus for that? Okay. I mean, it is Galactic Pinball. That's kind of all it is, though. Devil's Crush, Alien Crush, Predator Crush, Orange Crush, whatever Crush game you might be wanting to play, this is not it. Every system had, like, these pinball compilations, and a lot of them were very boring. Granted, I also feel that pinball is a very boring game, so, you know, that's... Devilish, that's another good one. Although Devilish, I would say, is more like scrolling breakouts than pinball. Devilish is an interesting game. I first found out about that on Game Gear. It's fascinating. Okay, I'll give it that. That swirling thing probably would have been a pretty cool 3D effect. Oh, I think I might have reset the timer. I swapped over to another thing. Oh, well. That's Galactic Pinball. I might be biased against pinball because I just find it very boring and not fun in any capacity. It was the Game Gear version of Devil Crush, really? Am I thinking of something else? Wasn't Devilish like that scrolling version of Breakout? Or am I thinking of a different game? No, I don't think I'm thinking of a different game. That's not Devil's Crush. I'm pretty sure. But anyway, Galactic Pinball. Meh. I say meh, but with the preface of I am kind of, by definition, very biased against pinball. I think it's a boring game, and unless you have like a degree in like astrophysics or something, it's entirely luck based. It was made by the same company. Okay. Hello, Nicholas. How are you doing? They had it at Sears when it first came out. It had Wario. First your eyes started hurting, and then the head came. You only played it for like 7 to 10 minutes. That's probably... Oh, like, here's the thing too, is like, especially if like you didn't own a Virtual Boy and you just played it on like one of those like heads up store displays, like you got to imagine like Sears or Walmart or Toys R Us or something like that is going to have like really bright fluorescent lighting. So like imagine sticking your face in a pair of really dimly lit black and red goggles and then immediately like taking them off and having to adjust back to the like really bright fluorescent lighting of whatever department store, toy store, game store you were testing it out at. I kind of wonder how much of these headache complaints were from people who actually owned a Virtual Boy, and how many were from people who just tried this in-store displays. I think there's a lot of misinformation when it comes to the Virtual Boy. I think the biggest one for me is how this was responsible for Nintendo severing ties with Gunpei Yokoi. Actually, it's kind of the opposite. It's the reason that Gunpei Yokoi stayed a couple of months longer than he did. Because the Virtual Boy was basically his baby. That is true. He pushed it to market, and it had very much like a Gunpei Yokoi philosophy behind it. Like, do something that kind of seems cool, but do it as cheaply as possible. But like, I don't think he would see it as like cheaply as possible. He would see it as like doing it with like aged technology that is proven to work. Virtual Boy was not that, but I guess that's sort of the in theory. It was supposed to be aged technology that's proven to work. Virtual Boy did not work. In fact, I think if the Virtual Boy had been successful, we would have seen a much higher failure. We would have seen a failure rate kind of comparable to like the original NES or the original Nintendo Switch. Because the problem with stereoscopic 3D, especially in the 90s, is that you have like these lenses, flickering at like a really fast screen, a really fast rate to kind of defocus your eyes into thinking it's 3D. Problem with that is that the alignment of the flickering will come out of alignment. And if you find a Virtual Boy secondhand on like Facebook Marketplace or eBay or something, it is quite likely that will be an issue. Now, granted, that's an issue with a product that's over 30 years old. However, I feel like even back in the day, if the Virtual Boy had been a success, even back in the day, that probably would have been a more widely reported issue. It's only now that collectors are trying to get, like, Virtual Boy, paying $300 and having this issue, that that's kind of being like a more widely reported issue. But Gunpei Yokoi actually stayed a couple of months longer than he was supposed to actually have a better legacy, which was the Game Boy Pocket. That was actually the last thing that Gunpei Yokoi worked on, and Game Boy Pocket, a much bigger success. It was an iteration on technology that already existed. He made it cheaper. He made the screen bigger. He made the battery life... Well, he made the battery life about the same, but the big thing was that it used AAAs. So you had roughly the same battery life, maybe like an hour or two less. But it was cheaper to replace the batteries because they were AAAs. And also, like, the screen was a lot better, too, because it wasn't, like, pea soup green. It was actually, like, you know, grayscale like it should have been initially. So, like, the Game Boy Pocket was a much bigger success, I think, for Nintendo. And that was actually Gunpei Yokoi's parting legacy with Nintendo. Of course, he would go on to work on the Bandai WonderSwan. I believe, unfortunately, he died before the WonderSwan was actually released. Definitely died before the WonderSwan Color was released, but I think he might not have even lived to see the release of the first WonderSwan. WonderSwan is one that I've been thinking about for a while, too. Possibly doing an Alphacade of that at some point. That would be, that could be interesting. You were thinking of buying one, but only 2 good games were on it. Hopefully I will change your mind. I think there are more than 2 good games on Virtual Boy. Hell, even like the 2 games that we saw, I wouldn't say they were great, but I would say they are, at least one of them is above average. I think just should have, like, had a much, 3D Tetris, I think, is above average. It just maybe could have had a quicker difficulty curve. Because I think for the majority of time playing it, the game just feels way too easy. Anyway, golf! Speaking of presumably quite mid games. Nintendo! Woohoo!
T and E Soft present.
T and E Soft. Oh, I know them from somewhere. Wario and Jack Brothers. Waterworld is on Castlemania level? Is it? I've actually never played Waterworld on Virtual Boy. It's like puking on a pile of shit! No, I'm kidding. It looks like a fairly decent kind of like, kind of arcade shooting game, but I guess we'll see. I don't remember it looking all that bad. I think, yeah, T&E Soft might have done a couple of, like, sports games. Oh my god, it's... Look at those letters flying behind the interface. Look at that depth. It's 3D, dudes. Can you handle the 3D? I don't think you can handle the 3D. Stroke play. We can't show that on YouTube. Tournament play. Let's go. Average, par, or better. Oh man, it's circulating, it's 3D. Oh my god! Oh, it is a... Oh, look at those wireframe graphics. Oh boy. That is the best Capcom box art I've ever seen. I will, if you disagree, you're wrong. Alright, does this work now? Club. Oh, I see. Wait. Oh my god, imagine reading these texts on a fucking Virtual Boy screen. Imagine reading text as it's, like, constantly attempting to defocus your eyes. That is evil. Imagine reading these small texts as it's actively trying to defocus your eyes. Six wedge. I don't know shit about golf. We'll say that's probably about right. Nice shot! Man, I wish this was Wii Golf. I hate to alarm you all. I believe this might be golf. Direction. Menu. Shot. Oh, okay. Music in this is alright. You know what I feel though? I feel this golf course is not blood red enough. There we go. This is how it's supposed to look. Finally, Satanic Golf. My favorite. Oh my god, this is even harder to read. This is evil. This is evil coded. I'm not doing that. That is horrible. Two iron, sure, why not? Oh, okay. Nice shot! Oh, okay, I see. There we go. That's how that works. On the green. No, not yet. On the red. How long do I have to play this? 50 more seconds? God fucking damn it. Imagine if golf ends up being the worst game on Virtual Boy. That's the thing with Virtual Boy, is there really weren't that many bad Virtual Boy games. It's just that a lot of these games were bad because they were on the Virtual Boy. Like, you buy a virtual reality headset, don't you kind of feel like a lot of these games are lacking a certain virtual reality component? Are we on the green? Are we on the green? On the queen! No, not yet. Damn it. Alright, let's do a hole at least. Oh, yeah. We'll probably hit the stroke limit. I don't even care. Here we go. Now I think we're on the queen. Here we go. Now we are for sure on the queen. Oh, yeah, fuck this. It's golf. I would say this is, like, flawed, mainly because it's golf on the Virtual Boy, which means you need to be, like, reading a lot of text, and... One, it's not virtual reality. Two, it just looks... That specifically would just defocus your eyes and just lead to a lot of just... I could not imagine looking at that through a Virtual Boy headset. Especially, like, I did you guys a favor by, like, showing off, like, the black and white mode and not the red and black mode. I think, like, if it was, like... Just, like, the few seconds of red and black. That was, like... That was even kind of just, like... uncomfortable for me to look at. Flawed. It's a very... It's an okay-looking golf game, I guess. If it were, like, released on Game Boy, it would probably be, like, the best-looking golf game on that system, but... To be fair, also, this was a 32-bit system. So, you know, there's that. Here's an interesting one, though. Here's... Innsmouth Mansion. This was a Japanese exclusive game by Nicholas. And it's actually quite interesting. I think if we had seen more games like this, I'm not sure the Virtual Boy would have succeeded, but I think they could have at least kept it going for a fiscal year. That probably would have given it enough oomph to, like, not cancel it before the fiscal year. Because the Virtual Boy was literally shit-canned before the fiscal year was up. It was shit-canned, I think, 7 months prior. IMAX. Any relation to the cinema projector technology? Possibly. Possibly not. Let's play this in red and black, at least for a bit. And guess what this is? It's a dungeon crawler. And actually, considering it's, like, horror-themed, the red and black color scheme actually does this game quite a bit of justice. It makes it a lot kind of more spooky than it otherwise would be. Now, this is a dungeon crawler, however, it does not use the right D-pad. Oh, wait! Oh, it does! I see. It uses the right D-pad for aiming. and it uses the right bumper. That's actually pretty good controls. I like how that controls. But yeah, it's kind of like one of the earlier Shin Megami Tensei games. Oh shit. Also reminds me of a PC Engine game. I can't remember what the name of that game is, though. Gama Oba. I never started the timer. Let's start the timer. We'll call that one a mulligan. Does seem like the maze is the same every time, at very least. I don't think it's, like, procedurally generated. Oh, I see. You can use the L button to reload. Hello, DJ Ronnie. I'm dressed as a communist because I don't believe in IP law. Yeah, sure, that'll be, that's part of it. You love the V-Boy? Man, good, I'm not the only one. Silent Debuggers, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you. That was the PC Engine game I was thinking of. It's very kind of similar to that. I can't believe anyone knew what the hell I was thinking. I'm very happy that Prime exists. Prime, the resident obscure games guru. No, the reason I'm using the Kami shirt is, one, all the graphics are red, and two, of the 20 games released for this system, 2 of them are Tetris. I rest my case, Your Honor. Oh, this is, like, really sensitive. Also, I guess the map is randomly generated, because this is a different map than... Oh, you have a Virtual Boy? Man, I'm jealous. See, like, they have, like, Virtual Boys where, like, where, like, the right eyepiece is broken. That would actually kind of be perfect for me. I could get a Virtual Boy that's cheaper, and since I can't see out of my right eye, it's not even like I would be losing anything. And I think they do make, like, multi-cards for the Virtual Boy. Oh, there is a map button if you press select. That's good. You definitely need a flash cart. You only have 3 games. Honestly, I mean... Like, look, you nearly own 1/4 of the entire library for the system, though. Just 2 more games, and you pretty much will. I think there were exactly 22 games. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like 20, I think it was like 20 in Japan, and then like a couple more were Japan exclusive. This was one of them. This game is bullshit hard. See if it makes a difference if I have it in black and white. I think the black and red actually did a pretty decent job, though. Oh, I'm fucked. Bestie has an answer for my abolish copyright law statement. I mean, if anything's going to abolish copyright law, it's probably going to be AI. Like, AI, like, the kind of thing that AI is most known for now is copyright theft. You took it up today? Alright. Anyway, Innsmouth Mansion. That is insanely difficult. I'm also going to say that one's flawed. It's really difficult, but man, if there were more games like this released in America... Imagine a JRPG on this. I mean, this is probably the closest we got. I mean, technically there was an actual Shin Megami Tensei game released on the Virtual Boy. In fact, we are going to see that the very next game. So, not a JRPG, but we did get Shin Megami Tensei and a game that plays quite a bit like early Shin Megami Tensei.
Innsmouth Mansion.
Man, imagine Maniac Mansion on this. Man, I'm just like... Like, part of the discussion about the Virtual Boy is just, like, imagine all of the games that could have been on the system. Like, imagine Doom on the Virtual Boy. Imagine, like, Descent or a Descent-like on Virtual Boy. Imagine, like... I was going to say imagine Star Fox on Virtual Boy. We will get to that. Surprise, it's not as good as you might think. Unless you've seen the game. You've almost certainly seen the game if you've seen AVGN's. That's kind of the other thing, too, is just, like... The problem with, like, doing Virtual Boy is you've probably seen all the games for it, because AVGN, many years ago, did a video on Virtual Boy and covered all of the US released games. So, you know. Doom on Virtual Boy? Hell yeah! Wouldn't that be cool? It would be like red and black. That would be like even more demonic than regular Doom. Yeah, imagine Mario Tennis on Virtual Boy. That would just be crazy. Yeah, 2 words, Jack Brothers. Hey Karumi, guess what? Wait, this isn't the Japanese version, right? It might be. We'll see in a moment. Yes, it is.
Ruby loves no better.
Honestly, I don't think I would want to play a JRPG on Virtual Boy. It's already kind of a pain in the ass. Like, I would honestly just, like, I would hate reading text on a Virtual Boy screen. A screen, again, that is actively trying to defocus your eyes. So, this is technically speaking, the first Shin Megami Tensei game released in the US. Skeleton, Jack-o'-lantern. I think is Jack Frost the one with the projectile? And the other ones don't have that? Yeah, reading would have sucked on a Virtual Boy. This could potentially be one of the best games on the Virtual Boy.
Ruby loves no better.
This game also has jams. You heard some of those jams earlier on, and you're going to hear them again during the intro, and you're going to hear them again. Visual novel on Virtual Boy, that's just evil. Well, I mean, you kind of have that. Here you go. There's your virtual... There's your... That's... I think that's the closest that man has... I think this is the closest that the Geneva Convention would allow to a visual novel on Virtual Boy. Waterworld on Virtual Boy! It's like puking on a pile of shit! Yes, okay, this is the one with the projectile. Oh no, the storm's coming back. If I lose connection, you'll have to let me know. This game is also a lot louder than the other ones. I'm gonna have to turn that down. would like to get further through Jack Brothers at some point. This is a game I would like to see more of. What can I say? I'm an Atlas USA. Speaking of which, yeah, this is an Atlas USA game. This is basically Proto-Catherine. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I'm gonna save state here. Oh, I forgot to start the timer too, I think. I start timer. Save states. Landed a lot of hits on the snake. Oh shit, I didn't even know you could do that. What does this do? Oh shit, you get a panic attack. I didn't even... You get like a desperation move. I didn't even know you could do that. I didn't even know that was an option. Also, this has retro achievements. Let's go. I think this is the first Virtual Boy game we've seen with retro achievements. I didn't even know you had a desperation move in this game. I've played this several times and I never knew that. Thanks for the GGs. Music is really good. Would you expect anything less from Atlas USA? I think there might be a limit as to, Correct me if I'm wrong, I think there might be a limit as to how long you can stay on any particular floor. I guess we'll see. You think you would rather play the Gamecom than the Virtual Boy? That is a hell of a statement. I don't know about that, man. I mean, look at the full 60 frames per second that this can do, and look at the inability of the Gamecom to do such a thing. Also, does the Gamecom have anything even near as good as Jack Brothers? I rest my case. Hello, Jeremiah Thomas. Did you know that this was actually Atlas's answer to Castlevania? It was originally going to be called Shin Megami Akamado Genzetsu, but I think they figured that might be a bit too on the nose. Yes, Symphony of the Night. What if Symphony of the Night on Virtual Block? Oh yeah, that's right. Symphony of the Night was on Gamecom. Okay, never mind. That's right. Symphony of the Night on Gamecom. Symphony of the Night on Gamecom is like a surprisingly decent port given the really shitty hardware. That's the messed up thing. Akamado Denzetsu, right? Akamado... Oh no, I'm thinking of, that's Castlevania 3. It's, Akamado Dracula, I believe. Was the first one. If you knew what this game was, you would have made the comments. This game is Jack Brothers. It actually is, it's actually the first Shin Megami Tensei game to be released in the United States. It's a side game to the Shin Megami Tensei games. It's almost like Proto-Catherine. Not entirely. I would not say the story is anywhere near as good as Catherine, but, it is an Atlas game. It is an Atlas jam. Watch out for the jack traps. Oh no!
Atlas USA.
Thank you. I was waiting for someone to redeem that, sound. 19? Wow, that is a really generous... They give you 20 seconds to decide, like, do I want to continue? I don't really know. Again, the thing, though, with this is, like, this is a really great game and all. But did this need to be on Virtual Boy? This would have been, like, a really good Game Boy game. It kind of has a bit of, like, a 3D effect with, like, the different levels of the floor and whatever, but, like... You could have done this on Game Boy, you know that, right? Like, it's not called... Like, the AVGN made a great point. Like, this might have had some fun games, but... that, like, took advantage of some of the 3D features of the Virtual Boy, but... This wasn't called 3D Virtual Boy. This wasn't called 3D Boy. It was called Virtual Boy. And there's very few games that even attempt a VR experience. Yeah, why play it in your hand in the color green when you could play it strapped to your head with the color red? See? You could have done this on Game Gear instead, with color. True. True, you're not wrong. That said, though, if we're, like, judging it as a game, not as a Virtual Boy game... Outstanding! You considered grabbing a Virtual Boy when they went on clearance, but you passed. You should have done it. You should have done it this and the 32X. I mean...
Outstanding.
I would say, like, both this and the 32X are just really bad ideas that just happen to have some really good games. Um, I will go to bat for the Virtual Boy. I understand nobody else will defend the Virtual Boy. I will. I will be the lone defender of the Virtual Boy. I think the Virtual Boy, it was a doomed concept. It was definitely ahead of it. Well, I say it's a doomed concept. It was a doomed concept for its time. I don't think there's any realistic way that a VR headset in 1995 could have really taken off. But, I mean, clearly it did, because guess what? 15 years later, Nintendo, they revisited that idea of a 3D-based console, and look how that did. And then, hey, look how big VR is now. Answer, not nearly big enough, but that's a rant for a totally different stream. Instead, let's play Mario Clash. If that Mario or person is still here, guess what? We're finally playing Mario Clash. Hello, Renee. Playing side-scrollers on a VR thing is kind of gimmicky. I mean, I would argue a lot of the game... I would argue part of the reason why the Virtual Boy failed is a lot of the games weren't gimmicky enough. Again, like, you have a game system called the Virtual Boy, and yet how many games on the system even had a first-person mode? Some of them did, not all of them. Not even the majority of them. So, I guess I can kind of chalk that up to, like, my defense of that, though, is, like, I think if the system had been more successful, developers probably would have had a better understanding of how to develop for the system. Because, I mean, like, that kind of happens with, like, any new... Like, this was, like, a new... I mean, look, we're in the year 2025, and I would argue people still don't understand how to develop for VR. Like, they're just developing, like, the same kinds of games that you would get on, like, a regular home console, when I think VR should kind of be thought of as its own genre. And you should maybe be seeing, like, a bit more, like, simulation games and things like that in VR, as opposed to just, like, oh, here's Resident Evil 7. You know Resident Evil 7? That game that already exists on home consoles? Well, what if it was strapped to your face? And it's just like, okay, but I could just play it, you know, regularly, and it doesn't give me a headache. Right, but it's in VR! You know, that's what I'm saying. Is like, I think if we saw like more simulation style games, VR would not be in the dead end that it is. Again, by the way, the rain is like starting. It's been storming kind of off and on all day today. So if the connection cuts out, you're gonna have to let me know, because it could, the power has, like, flickered on and off a couple of times earlier today. And that could theoretically happen while I'm on stream. I'm hoping it doesn't. Ah! Are we dead? Holy shit, texture! Look at these cutting-edge graphics. Why did they put all of their effort into fucking Mario Brothers? What is essentially the first Mario Brothers arcade game. Like, this is far and away the best looking game we've seen so far tonight. But what if it were red? I have the power. I agree. I've got the power! Oh shit, you can't see it. Oops. I fix. Actually, I hate the red. And this, kids, is why emulation is superior. Because I can make the game not a migraine-inducing migraine. GameStop, top scorer. It's also not a great sign when, like, there's multiple warnings on the box and in the game itself telling you actively don't play this. B is jump. Oh, wait, I see. Can I jump on the... Oh, I can jump on them! Well, kind of. I have to beat 100 levels to complete this. Could you imagine? Could you imagine playing 100... Holy shit! That is... Oh my god. I thought that Mario head in Mario 64 was creepy. Imagine that, like, jump scaring you with a fucking headset on. It does look good. I will give it that. This is, like I said, easily the best looking Virtual Boy game we've seen so far tonight. I've actually not played this one all too much. Maybe I should have. Is it Oh, wait, so you... I understand. So how do I get up to the... Oh, is it the R button that, like... Hang on. How do I get up to the upper platform?
Oh, no!
Oh! Are there pipes? I see now. I understand perfectly. Oh, this jump... Oh my god, this jumping is fucked. First of all, it's B to jump, which would not normally be a big deal, but That is Nintendo doing that. They're the ones who invented, like, the correct control scheme, and then they fucked it up. One. And then two, it's like, you have insane... You have, like, very little control over your jump. It kind of reminds me a lot of... It's like they brought over Mario Brothers Arcade... and also brought over all of the things that were wrong with Mario Brothers Arcade, i.e. the really wonky jumping. It's Mario Brothers Arcade, both for better and worse. Okay, so yeah, that is how you get up to the upper level. But also, if you're gonna do Mario Brothers Arcade, like, you jump on the enemies. That's not how you play Mario Brothers Arcade. It's like this game has no idea what it wants to be, other than it wants to be a pain in the ass while doing it. Well, there we go. I beat a level of Mario Clash. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. This does have a pretty cool depth effect, if nothing else. A lot of the Virtual Boy games could do a pretty decent 3D effect, but... Well, not even 3D effect, just a pretty decent, like, not even 3D effect, just more just, like, a pretty decent depth effect. Oh, shit. I wonder if anyone has ever actually beaten this game. Is there proof of someone beating Mario Clash? Is there proof of someone doing it on actual hardware? Because I looked, I did not see any password screen or anything. I don't think there were any Virtual Boy games that had, like, a battery backup. So you'd have to beat this all on one go and just pray that the batteries don't die. Because the Virtual Boy did not come with an AC adapter, and it's not like the Game Gear where, like, oh, the AC adapter is, like, the same AC adapter as, like, a whole bunch of other systems that Sega already did. This was an exclusive AC adapter that plugged into the controller and was exclusive to the Virtual Boy. So you had to buy it from Nintendo, and God knows how much that would have cost. And the Virtual Boy did not have a great battery life. I think it was under 3 hours. The brick could be substituted, but you needed a sliding mechanism for the controller. So was it... okay. It was an accessory. So what... The sliding mechanism has a standard DC barrel jack. Oh, okay. Did it come with that, like, sliding mechanism, or did you need to get that with the AC adapter? Yeah, the Game Gear used, like, Mega Drive 2, which is, like, it's kind of a barrel jack, but it's, like, proprietary enough to where it doesn't work with anything else that isn't Sega branded. You only know it existed from renting a Virtual Boy a couple of years before buying it. Okay. Also, I don't think there's any continues, or if there are continues, it's not after, like, every level. Maybe after every 10. You know, this game sucks, but it is kind of... This is like the Castlevania of Virtual Boy to me. It's like a game that sucks, but it's fascinating in how it sucks. It's 1.5 volts... to 9 volts. Okay. Oh, 6 by 1.5 volts equals 9 volts. Oh, okay. It could also run on a PS2 adapter? Really? I guess that makes sense, because, like, the PS2, like, the Slim, at least, anyway, was, because, like, I remember the fat PS2 used, like a figure of 8 lead that, like, a lot of, like, a lot of computers and stuff like that used. The Slim did use, like, a barrel jack, but, again, it was kind of a non-standard size, so maybe that is cross-compatible. I've never thought of that. That kind of makes me wonder. No, I do have a... I kind of wonder, though... Oh my god, does that mean... That would be, like, a game changer if that worked with my Genesis. Because, like, the PS2 Slim has... It has a power... It does have an external power supply, but it's, like, one of those that, like, the external power supply is, It's, like, it's a brick, but it's not a brick that plugs into the wall. So you could, like... Is that how you could get a Genesis power supply that isn't, like, a massive power hog? Because that was the biggest problem with the, Well, the Model 1 Genesis power supply, especially the Model 2, was a massive power hog. It would, like... If you had a power strip, it would take up, like, 2, maybe 3 spots on that power strip. In fact, it got so crazy that, like, after Sega released, like, the Sega CD and the 32X, they released their own power supply. They produced their own power strip so that you could actually plug in all of these accessories. And that power strip had, like, gaps in between it to accommodate all of the gigantic fat AC adapters that each system used. Because the Genesis would need a power supply, the Sega CD would need a power supply, the 32X would need a power supply, you'd need to plug the TV in, and I think it had a 5th one if you wanted to, like, plug in a VCR or something. The key is not to give it more amps than it needs. Oh, that could be. Yeah, I don't know. You did it when they stopped selling Game Gear power adapters. Interesting. I don't know what's the power difference. I would assume the Game Gear would take more power than, like... especially a Genesis Model 2. Those things were pretty small. But then again, I don't know. Like, I would think that, like, a Genesis would take up less power. But then again, also, we're dealing with, like, 90s technology. This was kind of before, like, Energy Star was even a concept. And, like, even a tiny little thing like the Genesis Model 2 would, like, just, like, blow up any near power supply. You know what I mean? Any near, like, nearby energy grid, because it was just like these tiny electronics would draw massive amounts of power because power conservation just wasn't even a concept back then. No, yeah, true. No CPU fan. You are right about that. I mean, even the PS2 had a fan, or the Slim even had a fan. It was a small one. I will still never understand how they were able to, like, okay, if you've ever seen the difference between a PS2 and a PS2 Slim, like, that is just a miracle of technology, how they were able to, like, cut that much off the PS2. And, oh no, not even that. They did that, and they added a built-in modem. The PS2, the fat PS2, I don't think had a built-in modem. The PS2 Slim did. You had to, like, I think you had to purchase a modem separately for the original PS2. And, like, plug it into the back with, like, an expansion slot. Also, the PS2 Fat, man, I owned a PS2 Fat. That was a pain in the ass, because it never worked. You want to talk about, like, consoles with, like, an insane failure rate? Look into the first generation PS2. Your Game Gear was... Hold on. I'm done playing this. Oh, PS2 Slim has a LAN port. Did it not have a built-in modem then? Is that what that was? I know it had an Ethernet port on the back. I thought it had a built-in modem as well. I might be wrong about that. Maybe you also had to buy a separate modem. It's not like there were that many PS2 games that I think even had online support. I know of Final Fantasy 11. That's about all I can think of. It was Final Fantasy 11, and I think there might have been, like, a Phantasy Star game that was released for PS2 as well. Like, a sequel to Phantasy Star Online. But all I can really think of is FF11. I'm sure there were other PS2 games that had online support. I just can't think of them now. Your Game Gear wasn't compatible with Game Gear adapters. Needed the ones with yellow tips, which is why you needed a Mega Drive 2 adapter. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, because the Mega Drive, the Mega Drive 1 and 2 both used different adapters. I don't know if there were, like, different models of Game Gear that used different power adapters. I thought they all used, like, the same one that, like, the Genesis 2 used. And, like, the Sega CD and all of that. Maybe? I don't know. I thought they all used... The Genesis... If you have a Genesis 1, that uses just a standard barrel connector. So, like... If you have, like, an NES power supply, or really just, like, anything that uses, like, a standard barrel connector, which is a lot of electronics, that one's easy to get replacements for, because you can just buy, like, You can buy those for like under $10 on Amazon. Under $10 in a store, possibly. Anyway, Mario Clash. Fun. It's kind of jank, but you can have some fun with it. I would not say it's below average. Oh, you just plugged a cable into the back of the Slim, so it did have a built-in modem. Okay. Phantasy Star Universe, and also SOCOM. Okay, yeah, that was on PS2 as well, I guess. Okay. Slim couldn't do FF11 because no hard disk drive. Oh! That's true. Yeah, that's right. You could, like, plug a hard disk drive, I think. I think you had to pick between a modem or a hard disk. Wait. Did the fat PS2 have a built-in modem? Maybe I'm thinking of the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast didn't have a built-in modem. I mean, it was packaged with a modem, but you could detach the modem. It was packaged with like a phone connector. Although I think very late very late in the Dreamcast's life cycle, they might have released an Ethernet adapter. But my understanding is those are really rare. Hello, Cerulean. Dreamcast, when it launched in Japan, did not have the modem. But when it launched in the US, it came with one. Okay, I understand. Oh, your Game Gear was a late... Yeah, that's true. I think I do know of, like, some Game Gears. I think it's like the Genesis Model 3, where, like, really late in the console's life cycle, Majesco took over manufacturing for the Game Gear. And I've heard those Game Gears are a bit... Those Game Gears, I've heard the screens are better. I don't know if they're actually, like, better to see than the older ones. Like, they don't have, I don't know if they have, like, the bad viewing angles of the original Game Gear screens and whatnot, but, like, I think they might last a bit better. Because, like, you get, like, an official original Sega Game Gear, like, so much shit goes wrong with those. They had an extremely high failure rate. Then again, Game Gear Goddess's Game Gear is broken, so maybe they all just, like, kind of didn't work properly. You could use that USB 1.1 port on the Slim with some third-party apps, that is. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, like, I know the iToy plugged in through USB. And in fact, you could just use the iToy as a webcam, so... Mario's Tennis! If you don't know what Mario Tennis on Virtual Boy is, prepare to be disappointed. Especially prepare to be disappointed because it's not going to work. I think this ROM might be fucked. I have another one though, I think. Right? Yes. This one hopefully should work. But yeah, if you're familiar with like Mario Tennis on N64 or the Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, whatever, well, guess what? This is Mario Tennis. And that's about all it is. It's tennis, but with Mario characters. Nothing cool, nothing beyond that. No, like, power-ups or anything. It's just Mario Tennis. Oh, the Majesco one wasn't compatible with, like, the Master Gear Converter and TV Tuner, although it is compatible with another SMS to GG converter called the Newbie Converter. I like the name of that. The Newbie Converter. What, did L name that? Maybe it's pronounced Nubby Converter. That would actually be even more funny if it was. One player versus computer, level easy, match, 1 set, 3 set, baby! We gotta fill as much time as we possibly can. I can actually play this. It seems like a lot of the control is actually done. It seems like a lot of the control is actually automated here. Although you can manually control it if you want. It just has an auto mode if you're like me and can't play tennis to save your life. Well, I say it's just Mario Tennis, but this is at least a pretty solid playing tennis game for what it is. Also interesting how Virtual Boy's audio, if you remember correctly, is much like the PC Engine TurboGrafx 16's. I can see that. It does have a very similar sound. A lot of these games do kind of sound like PC Engine games. I mean, they basically released silent debuggers for the system in Japan, so someone must have had the same idea we did. Just put PC Engine games on it. Specifically, kind of 3D pseudo-impressive ones. Except this was 32 bits! This was double the bits of that pussy-ass TurboGrafx 16? Oh, you're... Oh, 16 bits, huh? Oh, that's adorable. Okay. Well, this is 32 bits, and it looks exponentially worse than the TurboGrafx 16, but, you know. But don't worry. We can make it look even worse. Ah, yeah. See? This is what you purists see. Oh man, I could never play on an emulator. I need that authentic experience. I need my games to give me a migraine actively as I play them. Oh, we actually got like a decent volley going. This might be like the first ever... The most failed 32-bit system. Was the PCFX? Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, at least the Virtual Boy didn't try to sell itself on like shitty FMV games. That... At least Nintendo had the sense to realize in 1995 that FMV games were kind of a dead end. They kind of peaked with Night Trap and then like fell off a cliff immediately afterwards. By like 95, nobody was playing FMV games. To a point where there was an FMV game that was just like, you think all FMV games suck? Well, think again. Here's an FMV game with Rob Schneider. That's what FMV needed. It needed Rob fucking Schneider. Man, I thought Night Trap sucked. Clearly what it needed was a really unfunny guy yelling at me while I play it. Let's play as a different character, as if it actually makes a difference. I can be Mario. Oh, those look cursed with the black and white filter on. Does it look any less cursed in black and red? A little bit. I can kind of tell who they are. You have, Linguini, you have Peach, or Daisy, presumably. Yoshi, looking like how he did when the IRS finally caught up with him. Toad, and Koopa. Oh, and, other Koopa? Let's look at Sad... Let's play as Sad Yoshi. This is very lenient as compared to other tennis games I've played. You can... I'm not gonna say you can, like, just mash the button and win. It's not, like, that basic, but it is a lot more playable than even, like, a lot of the Game Gear games that I've played. A lot of the Game Gear tennis games that I've played. Definitely more playable than the Atari, tennis games. Yeah, it's a good thing it's Mario Tennis. Otherwise, it would just be kind of generic, Stop spamming OMG. Oh, is that Donkey Kong Jr.? Okay. Yeah, Donkey Kong Jr. He was in, Super Mario Kart, he was in Mario Tennis, and then, this would have been kind of interesting, too, because, like, by this point, I think it was kind of already lore that, Donkey Kong Jr. was actually the Donkey Kong of Donkey Kong Country, so, like, this, like, alternate universe Mario, where Donkey Kong Jr. is still a Donkey Kong Jr. Anyway, Mario's Tennis. Well, it's a pretty basic tennis game. However, It is a pretty competent one. One of the more competent tennis games I've ever actually played. I think it is, yeah, Mario's Tennis. Fun. But, you know what? Mario's Tennis, not nearly funky enough. Let's rectify this with Nestor's Funky Bowling. I think there's also another bowling game that was Japan only. We'll get to that later. Starting with the 3DS era, Mario Tennis became more technical. I've heard that like later Mario Tennis isn't really worth looking into. Because I think like GBA Mario Tennis was like the last one where they kind of did like the cool RPG modes and shit. Even with an 8-bit CPU, the PC engine could still hang with its competitor. Yeah, true. I mean, look at like Bonk. Look at like Bonk's Adventure. I wouldn't say it's like as good looking as Sonic the Hedgehog, but looked a hell of a lot better than what the NES was doing at that time. Hot Shots Tennis is the superior tennis sim. Well, it definitely is. You know why? Clap hands. Oh, I didn't do the... Oh, there we go. You can do bowl, practice, or challenge. What is challenge? We'll do bowling first. 2-player? What the fuck? How would 2-player work? There wasn't... Was this like the one game that was compatible with that link cable that didn't exist? Ooh, you can change your music. What music options do you have? Hot Shots PSP also has an RPG mode. Cool. Ooh, panic-inducing music. Oh, I think I've heard this. I've heard this song before. I think this was in ABGN's video. I can be Nestor or someone who isn't Nestor. This is the, so Nestor was a character from Nintendo Power. Ooh, name entry? Hell yeah. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Is that, I think that's, okay, that's like how much curve the ball has, so you want it like somewhere in the middle. Oh, okay. Or not. Okay. Question, how do I not have, like, insane amounts of curve on my ball? I knocked down a pin. Do I have to, like, move to the left in order to... Okay. Strat discovered. I like the animations. This game definitely has, presentation to stand with the rest. Even if I can't play it. Why is it curving so much? I have the thing, like, towards the center. Why is it curving that much? Yes! That yes has redeem potential. Actually, no, it doesn't. Mario Tennis. Oh, it has a superior RPG mode to Mario Tennis. Okay. Nestor, the character, only kids from the 80s and 90s who regularly read Nintendo Power or play... Was he in Pilot Wings? I didn't know that. Pilot Wings 64. I didn't know that. I thought this was his only game. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Beating the final boss feels earned and not grinded. Yes. He told Grok about Bestie and tried to replicate how Lexus talks. It was cringe. Good. Who's Grok? Is that another AI that you've created? Go to the side a bit and hit it towards the center. Okay. Yeah, that seems like it's... Hey, there we go. I think I might have given it too much power, but otherwise, I understand. Got her. Oh, shit! Oh, that was almost a strike, damn it! I would like to get a strike. I would like to see what the animation is for that. It's not happening anytime soon, though. Grok is Twitter's AI? Okay, well... It's about as successful as everything else Elon Musk touches, I suppose. Spare! Let's go. Spare! This game is fun. It's stupid, but it's fun. Never mind, it sucks. I hate it. This must... I don't think this has, like, exactly the specs of, the PC Engine, because it can do, like, some pretty decent digitized audio. Must have, like, some, like, extra sampling capabilities. Yes! Okay, I want to see what challenge is. Also, let's see, how does it look in red? Let's see Blood Nester. I assume... it looks like shit, Captain. I hate it. I assume this is... Yeah, I was right. This is like the, this is like that challenge mode in Wii Sports. Except it's even more difficult because you can't, like, you don't have, like, actual direct control over the ball like in Wii Sports. Oh, fuck you. Ah, I got bored by Ness. By Nestor. No, not Ness. Spare! Nice spare! This really does kind of feel like, this really does kind of feel like proto-Weebling. With kind of like some of the love and attention that they gave some of the animations. Borin, best bowling game. Not enough power when I throw. That could also be it, yeah. Why did that curve sideways? I don't know. The physics seem off, but also I don't know if I want to ding it. Because it could just be user error. Is this a mobile game? Oh, this looks like a Java game or something. I think it is a Java game. Actually, this looks like an N-Gage game or some shit, man. This is pretty cool. This does look pretty cool, though. It's an old Android game. Oh, okay. Nice, bear! Anyway. Nestor's Funky Bowling. You know what? I was not expecting to say this, but... very fun. It's, it kind of sells itself on, like, kind of the, you know, kind of cool animations and overall, presentation, I feel. But is it as good as Panic Bomb? I love this game. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. I love Panic Bomber. This was released... I forget what the original Puzzle Bomber was it? Essentially, it's a puzzle side game to Bomberman. It's fan service bowling. I mean, technically, you're not wrong. It's not even technically compatible with modern... yeah, because it's probably 32-bit. That's the thing that sucks, is, like, they cut 32-bit compatibility, so a lot of... Granted, I think, like, Android is easier to emulate, so it's not as big of an issue as it is with iOS, but still... like, you can... I'm sure BlueStack probably has, like, some 32-bit compatibility mode. I have distinct memories of, like, playing this on my laptop on a plane ride back from, I want to say Mexico, probably. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go... First of all, fuck that. Oh, it's not in... it might not be an option. I think it might be... oh, also a password screen. Very easy. Normal. At very least. Mama didn't raise a coward. Wait, yes it did. The thing I like about this is that you can change what the pieces look like. So you don't have that issue that a lot of puzzle games have, where a lot of pieces look very samey. Or you do have that issue, but it's pretty easily rectified. Anyway, I'm not even gonna lie. I love this game. It is technically a port of another game. I think it was on PC Engine. There might be like a Super Famicom version as well. I don't entirely remember, but this game is pretty fun. We were just talking about, like, puzzle games that, like, tried and failed to be Tetris. And this, I would say, is technically one of them. But that doesn't mean it wasn't good. Like I said, I played this a lot as a kid on, like, OpenEMU. which is like RetroArch for Mac users. Except RetroArch exists on Mac. You can do like kind of cool thing. Oh, what's the? It kind of reminds me of Pack Attack, another puzzle game that I quite like. Oh shit. I fucked myself. Oh, it's okay. CPU. Oh wait, no, never mind. Oh yeah, that's right. It can like just like shoot garbage blocks. I forgot I could do that. Hey, there we go. Eat shit. Eat shit and die, CPU. Ah! There we go. This is Bowser's Mean Bean Machine? Yeah, it might be. It's just glorified Puyo Puyo. You know, I mean, yeah, but also it's like not as reliant on like getting good combos and shit as Puyo Puyo is. But also, I mean, Puyo Puyo is a good game, so I mean, it's a good game even if I suck at it. So I'm not even gonna say glorified Puyo Puyo is a bad thing. Again, though, like, the biggest complaint I can give to this game is the biggest complaint I can give to a lot of Virtual Boy games, is that this is a really good, this is a pretty good game, but why is it a Virtual Boy game? Like, you could have just released this on Game Boy, and it would have been just as good. Like, this isn't really... take advantage of any of the cool shit that the Virtual Boy could do. I think especially if you're releasing a game this early to launch, you kind of had to, like, justify the purchase somehow. You needed more games that could do something like that. Alright, I'm done with this. But Panic Bomber. Guess what? Outstanding. And speaking of outstanding, here's whatever the opposite of that is. Red Alarm. So you know how I said the Virtual Boy has Star Fox? It does. You don't want to be playing it. Also, unsupported version. Actually, I think, yeah. By Arus. I want to play the American version. Yay, America. And it has Chivo support. Would anyone play this game long enough to try and get the Chivos? I dread to think. T&E Soft. Oh. So that officially makes them the biggest third-party developer for the Virtual Boy. So what if Star Fox had absolutely no texture, everything was a wireframe, and you couldn't see where you were going or what you were doing? That would be X, but it would also be Red Alarm. Honestly, it would not have surprised me if Argonaut was behind this game. Because it reminds me a bit of like a half step between X and Red Alarm. X being kind of, and Star Fox. X being kind of the sort of predecessor to Star Fox that was on Game Boy. It was actually a really impressive game for the Game Boy. Good luck.
Here we go.
And behold, the greatest Vectrex game of all time. Now, if this were just like a rail shooter or something, like Star Wars Arcade, everything being in wireframe probably would not be that bad of a thing. That said, this allows for a lot more freedom. How do I... Oh, that's how you change camera angles. Alright, here's the V. And guess what? And here's your VR mode. This is one of 2 US released games that has a mode like this. Here's the thing, you think I can't navigate this? Look at this wireframe mess. Do you think you could actually do a better job? I don't really like the VR mode. I think I prefer not having that. Oh, this looks like shit, Captain. What is the perspective of this too? It's like flipping between dimensions. Oh, I see. Like I understand how it is. This game sucks. When people talk about the bad Virtual Boy games, they are talking about this one specifically. It kind of looks okay if you're like looking at like a video of it for like 10 seconds in like I would say like not even in a magazine. In a magazine this would look like shit. In motion, I think is the only way this could possibly look good. And only for like a few seconds. If you look at this, you might think it looks kind of impressive. But then you think about it for like 10 seconds. It's like, okay, everything's a wireframe with no texture. How do I know where anything is? And the answer is you don't. You kind of just have to like ran into walls like a blind man and kind of just hope to God that you figure it out eventually. Can you believe that this system didn't sell with games like this? Like, I will defend the Virtual Boy. I will not defend this game. This game is awful. I would say near unplayable. Like, I guess technically you can kind of bumblefuck your way through it and accidentally beat it, but... because Puyo Puyo is a good game. L, I think you're behind. It's Orc's birthday tomorrow. Okay, cool. So his birthday is on Canada Day. I know that because I think he's doing a Canada Day stream tomorrow, and he asked me to be a part of it for a little while. I might do that. So, if you are not already subscribed to Orc, you may see some of me tomorrow, maybe, if I'm feeling up to it. Anyway, guess what? Garbage. The first garbage game of the Virtual Boy. We've had a couple flawed games, but this is the first one that is just straight up bad, I think. Oh no, garbage.
Oh, no.
I need to find a garbage redeem. I wanted to do, like, It's Garbage Day from Silent Night, Deadly Night 2. But surprisingly difficult to find clean audio of that. I could just record something. What would I record, though? I don't want to do just, like, Garbage Day! I need to be, like, I want to do, like, something... I want to do something, because that's, like, the obvious thing. That's, like, the obvious thing anyone would do, is just the Garbage Day thing, but... I don't know. Miku saying, it's bad? Let me see. I mean, Miku is bad. Oh, sorry, did I say that? There's a song called Bad Guy by Miku. I might have found it.
I'm thinking me.
There's a song called Bad Guy by Miku. I don't know. I'll have to look for that later. From the Fuck It song. Fuck this and fuck that. I wanna take a nap. There you go. It's bad. Ah! That's not a bad idea. This is how I feel after playing Red Alarm. Okay, perfect. I think I might do that. I might rip that. It's bad! Ah! Okay, yeah. No, you're right. I'm ripping that. Good idea. Good. Everything I make fucking sucks. It's bad. Ah! I agree. Speaking of fucking sucks, Space Squash! I think this was a Japan exclusive. And as I recall, it's, I I think it is basically like Super Glove Ball. I think there's another thing that this is more like. I'm pretty sure Super Glove Ball was not like a unique concept. What's like the origin of this game? I think there was like some PC game or arcade game or something that like this is based on. Probably the game is called Squash. I don't know. Space Squash has a story? Let's go. Can I read it? Hell no! What, this Nihon Go? Is that what this is? Okay. Oh, okay, you have to use the right thumbstick. Or, well, it wasn't a thumbstick. You have to use the right D-pad. This actually works better with a thumbstick, I must say. You have, like, a greater... You have a greater, ability to do, like, diagonals and things. It's like tennis, yeah. I was gonna say Super Glove Ball. Super Glove Ball, I think, was more like 3D Breakout. What if tennis were Space Harrier? It might go a little something like this. Fucking... Did I ever try this? Hang on. It's like Penguin Wars on Famicom. I don't know if I've tried that one. I'm not sure if Famicom would do a good job at something like this. Hey, there we go. Oh, we had a volley going for a bit. I might play Penguin Wars after this to see, like, how a Famicom would do a game like this. You think I have? It also has a Game Boy version. Maybe I did. The name sounds a little bit familiar. This looks like some shit on, like, an Apple II or something. Oh, you know what it kind of reminds me of? It reminds me a bit of, like, Shuffle Puck. But, again, 3D. Hey, I got a point! Eat shit! Oh, it's only horizontal movement. Oh, okay, so it's not, like, nearly as ambitious as this. Fair enough. I don't think an NES would be able to do anything near like this. This isn't the NES, this is the future. This is the fucking future of gaming, everyone. Hell yeah! Return to sender. Let's go. You win! Oh, I beg your pardon? Okay. Is this a hidden gem? It might be. Man, they made all the good Virtual Boy games like Japan exclusive. Why did they do that? Answer, because it probably wouldn't have helped anyway. I don't think this sold any better in Japan. I don't think anyone wanted this. Saj. Yeah, I found one. I mean, there's a couple of games I found were outstanding. I don't think there's any realistic shot at this saving the Virtual Boy, but I don't know. This could have wowed some people. But would it have wowed people? Would it have had the same effect in real life? It's like how the good version of Super Castlevania 4 is Japan only. Isn't it basically the same? How does this look in red and black? Actually, not too bad. I remember Castlevania 4 being, like, harder, if I remember the Japanese version. Also being mostly the same, otherwise, so... But, Is this outstanding, or is it very fun? Outstanding, very, very fun. Fuck it. Fuck this, and fuck that. I wanna take a nap. Yep. We now have an equal amount of fun and outstanding games. We definitely have far more games in the positive now than we do in the negative. Let's see if we can keep that streak going with Telero Boxer. Is it smoother? I don't remember that. You could be right.
Outstanding.
I agree. Now I kind of wish I had the clip of you reacting to Pepsi Beth and being like, I wish I had like clean audio of you reacting to Pepsi Bath and being like, "It sucks." That would be like good for garbage. I like your idea of Miku though. Telero Boxer. This might actually end up being... This could possibly be the killer app for the Virtual Boy, at least from what I've seen. I think this, more than anything, defines what the Virtual Boy was trying to be. No, holy shit, this has a battery save? Man, they went all out. I didn't know there were any Virtual Boys games with battery backup. Okay, I can be that one. Doesn't matter, it's all in first person. So, what if Punch-Out, but really, really good? And also with robots. So, basically how it works... You use both D-pads. Oh, wait. Yeah, you use both D-pads to control where the, your fists are, and you use the L and R buttons to jab. You can also... You can also dodge. It really is kind of like Punch-Out, but first person. And yeah, this is kind of... I would say this game, more than anything, should have been the system seller. Honestly, I would even go as far as to say maybe this should have been the pack-in. Because you know what was the pack-in with Virtual Boy, at least in America? Mario's Tennis. I mean, Mario's Tennis is a fine game, but it's kind of just tennis. Meanwhile, this, I would say, does a much better job at selling the Virtual Boy. Because look, it's in first person, this is VR, you can kind of feel... You can use the L and R buttons, so it kind of, like... It kind of feels like you're... It kind of feels like you're boxing. It kind of feels like you are the robot boxing the other robot. Jake Paul won again. Oh, good. Wait, did he rematch with Mike Tyson? Or did he win against someone else? It is 3D. Yeah, that's another thing too. I would imagine the 3D effect would be pretty impressive for this. But how does the game look in its original form? Does it look like shit, Captain? Not really. Even in red and black, it still looks kinda okay. I say this is like Punch-Out. I don't think this is as involved as Punch-Out. This feels very... I wouldn't say it's button mashy, but I don't think it has like a lot of the mechanics of something like Punch-Out, where Punch-Out isn't even as much of a boxing game as it is like kind of like knowing when to dodge, when to punch, what combos to do. It's almost like a puzzle game in that sense, or like the closest an NES could do to like an FMV game. A former some other boxer, former champion, and not a senior citizen. Yeah. We might have to just face the facts that Jake Paul could potentially just be a really good boxer. Oh man, look at that death! Look at that death animation too. This game is sick, actually. It is 3D. You can beat Super Punch-Out with one punch. I don't know if that's true. Actually, that's definitely not true. Super Punch-Out is a fantastic game, for the record. I'm not even, like, huge into, like, boxing games, but Super Punch-Out is a really fun game. Like, all the personality and character designs and stuff. Man, Nintendo gave a shit back then. Not to say they don't even necessarily give a shit now, it's just they really gave a shit then. Assuming you're a bot with frame-perfect timing. Oh, okay. Round 2. Fight! Imagine a fighting game that was like this. Dude, imagine Virtua Fighting on Virtual Boy. Wouldn't that have been sick? It would have been Virtua Fighting, but it would have been from a first-person perspective, so it would have kind of looked like this. I guess it wouldn't even have to be virtual fighting. It could be literally any fighting game. Imagine Mortal Kombat! Oh my god. No. Like, this could have been, like, the standard of how you could have done, like, not only boxing games, but also possibly fighting games on Virtual Boy. I think fighting games you'd have to, like, incorporate some more mechanics, and I'm not entirely sure how you would do that, but... Check this out, it's virtual reality! Virtual reality on a system called the Virtual Boy. Can you believe it? It's like they actually knew what they were doing. They were like, Virtual Boy. Maybe we should make a VR game. And then Gunpei Yokoi was like, if you do that, I'm going to leave Nintendo and create my own competitor. And they were like, sorry, we're not going to do that. But they made this behind his back. Supreme Warrior was like that. And then there was Virtual Tekken. So there were a couple of, like, first-person fighting games, apparently. I don't even remember if I started a timer for this one. I'm probably going to end it here. Okay. I hate to say this, but this game outstanding. See what I mean? See what I mean? There are at least 4 games I would say are like near 9 or 10 out of 10. And that's one of them. Actually, I would say that is very Super Punch-Out-esque. It does seem like it requires a lot of like dodging and it's not just like button mashing. This is, for people were waiting quite a while between like Punch Out entries, between like Super Punch Out and that kind of mid Punch Out game on the Wii. If they would have just bought a Virtual Boy, I would have held them over at least for a little while. Virtual Tekken was regular Tekken, but you had to stand in a circle and punch and kick. Okay. It was more like a touch-em-up sim. What? Oh, Dead or Alive 5 Vita had first person too. Oh, and it used the what? And it used the touch screen? Oh, wait, I see. Oh, did it use like the back pad? Did it use like that back pad that the Vita had? So you would like tap with like the back pad and like thing. Yeah. That would have actually been a good use of the Vita technology. Also something you probably could not really... I guess you kind of could on the... Actually, yeah, you could on the PlayStation TV if you had like a PS4 controller. That would actually be a good use. Seems like definitely a lot more games use that Vita back pad than... ever used like the similar thing on PS4 and PS5. I can think of like Heavy Rain I think might have used that on the PS4 port. List ends. Meanwhile, like I don't even know many Vita games, and I know of 2 that used the back pad. I think it was Dead or Alive 5 and was it Gravity Rush? I think might have been one of them. Oh no, you'd use the touch screen. Oh. Well, still, I guess you could, I think you could use the touch screen with the back pad. I think. I don't know. With the PS4's touchpad. I'm not 100% sure, though. I forget what the PS4 controller mapped the touchpad to, if it was the front or the back one. Neptunia Vita uses the back trackpad for exactly what you said. You can harass the girls that way. That's good. That's really nice. I'm glad they did that. And I'm also really glad they did V-Tetris. See what I said? There were 20 games for the system, 2 of which were Tetris. This is the system for commies. I will hear no arguments to the contrary. This one, if I recall, is just straight Tetris, though. It's not 3D Tetris or Weltris or anything. And also, I believe this... Also, this was Japan exclusive. I think actually by... Yeah, this is BPS. So, actual Tetris company. Sadly, a lot of the Bulletproof Software games were Japan only. Let's see V-Tetris. Mode select A, B, or C mode? What the hell's C mode? We'll see. I will look at all of these, but... Music A. I like this song. Oh, yeah, I know this one. Oh, I have played Virtual V-Tetris before, I think, actually. Is there a... I think this might be like marathon mode. I'm gonna assume that... Wait. Game type... Wait, hang on. Graphic type, A type, or B type? I have a couple of things to explore here. What the hell is the difference? And as predicted, this is entirely just standard Tetris. Not that there's anything wrong with that. There is something wrong with putting it on Virtual Boy, but otherwise. And here I was complaining that the Virtual Boy didn't have any fighting games. Look what I have here, checkmate. It does have a fighting game, Tetris. Let's see if we can try and get a Tetris at least. First of all, let's dig. You know what? Fuck digging. See if we can get a Tetris. See if it makes like a cool bling noise or anything. Oh, hell yeah! Okay, that's a pretty cool effect. Let's see what these other modes are, though. The Neptunia game. It all has receipts. Oh, it's just Hyperdimension Neptunia. I think I played this, but just, like, not the Vita version. I tried having it as, like, a mainline game. It didn't really work out that well. Oh, it's not the same thing? Okay. B-type, I assume, is just... I assume B-type is just, like, on Game Boy. Just like Tetris, but with garbage blocks. Yep, I was right. It's got jams. Let's see how it looks in black and red. I mean, this is a perfectly serviceable version of Whoa! Fishes? It's got backgrounds. That's neat. Before we go, I want to see what C mode is. My decision making in Tetris has improved. Thank you. I learned from the best. Well, the best that I can get a hold of anyway. What the hell's C-type? Select level? That, I guess. Alright, what's B-type of graphics? Does that make it more 3D? Okay, this looks about the same, it just has a different background. Also, this just seems like A-mode Tetris so far? What's the difference? Maybe it's just because I thought the thing I had was just, like... Okay, so it's Tetris, but it makes different sounds? Oh, I'm sorry. It's Tetris, but it makes worse noises. Understood. It sounds like it's about to explode. So if you want Tetris, but you wish that the sound sucked, try out C-Mode Tetris, exclusive to V-Tetris on Nintendo's highly successful Virtual Boy system. Unless this is like that hotline Tetris that I've never understood what that even is. I don't think that's what this is. Then again, though, I don't actually know what hotline Tetris is. I've seen it a couple of times, and to me it kind of just plays like regular Tetris. I don't know what that is. Alright, well, that was C-Mode Tetris. And V-Tetris is fun. It is basic as dirt Tetris. But, you know what? Tetris is a good game. There, I said it. I don't care who knows it. And you know what else is a basic game? Vertical Force. As I recall, this is a very basic space shooter. Has kind of one major gimmick. Unsupported? God damn it. Oh, this is the Japanese version, that's why. This, take a break. Fuck you! Who's behind this? Hudson? Okay. I guess Hudson had some... did support the virtual voice somewhat between this and Panic Bomber. Seeing as they were basically a second-party Nintendo developer at around this point. It checks out. Well, guess what? It's Superstar Soldier. Actually, this might be kind of good. Start timer. Well, it's a shmup where you have a life bar. That's pretty cool. It's pretty nice of them. It is just a shmup. Seeing as it is Hudson, though, I can't help but wonder if this is at all, tied in with, Superstar Soldier. And the major gimmick with this is that you can change altitude by pressing the A button. So now it's lower and, see? 3D. Oh, this does have power-ups, okay. I guess this is a fairly decent shmup for what it is. Oh, and if you get hit... I see, so if you get hit, you lose a power-up. I think there was another, shmup that operated on a similar principle. I want to say it was, like, on the PC Engine or something. I forget what it was. Might have been Superstar Soldier, for all I know. Oh, I got a panic, I got a desperation move if you press B. Except I've used it and wasted it. Oh well. This is kind of fun. Got good music. It is a thoroughly okay space shooter. But how okay would it be if it was in red and black? Well, it doesn't make my eyes bleed, so I will say that that works out. Losing power-ups when you get hit is standard? Yeah, but, like, I think, like, a lot of like, shmups, especially, like, classic shmups like this, were, like, just one-hit death. Like, losing power-ups when you get hit, yeah, but, like, usually a lot of these were just one-hit death. Is the point I was trying to make. Dead. Wait till they make the sequels. Horizontal Force and Diagonal Force. I don't know. I don't know if we're ready for that. I don't know if humanity is ready yet for those dimensions. Especially, like, Diagonal Force. That's, like, basically just, like, sending your mind through space and time and back again. I don't think we're ready for that. I'll burn through this credit and then end. Vertical Force. I'm gonna say very fun. We have not found a game that is not fun yet.
Outstanding.
Not quite. Kind of blew your load a little too early there. But maybe we can... Maybe it was a little bit too premature because we are playing Virtual Boy Wario Land. Often considered to be the best game for the system. And you know what? There might be something to say about that. Oh, did this have a battery as well? Okay, I guess a couple Virtual Boy games spent the extra money and had a battery. Kind of shows the only thing holding the Virtual Boy back was its own platform. You know what? You might have a point. That's kind of the same conclusion I came to. Because that's the thing, is just, like, Nintendo, like... That's the thing, is, like, I think, like... Like, you... Like, say what you want about the Virtual Boy. You can't say they half-assed it. Actually, I guess you kind of can, to a degree, but... You definitely can't say they half-assed the quality of the games, at very least. The games... I would say, like, you had 20 games, so I guess just by general... You had, like, 20 games, and considering most of those games were first-party Nintendo ones, it stands to reason that the quality threshold of those 20 games is going to be abnormally high. That said, if this system had been a success, I think we would have seen a lot more crap. Oh, those were spikes. Shit. I forgot. I have to play this in either red or green. Green? Oh, because Mario or Luigi. Okay. Well, we could play it in yellow. This is what... This is, Wait. Yeah. There you go. Now we have anatomically correct Wario. Let's fucking go. Firepower. Now I can break the big blocks, and I can ground pound. Finally. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is not the system for commies. Because otherwise, why would the best game on the system be heavily promoting capitalism so much? Maybe I had the Virtual Boy all wrong. It is not system for commie, it is system for good. Did you know the Virtual Boy could be a force for good in this world? Oh, shit. I didn't see that was bad. You can tell the spikes are being scaled as they travel. Yeah. It was good at scaling, that's true. Oh, no. This would be a fun game to, like, get more into. I might have to put this on, like, a Sunday stream, on, like, the Sunday stream list. I think I would actually probably prefer this over Jack Brothers. Jack Brothers is a good game, but it's a lot more difficult. Oh, bad timer. I want to play. I want to play Wario. I think I might. I think I might play a bit more Wario. Oh no! I thought I could like dash through the entire thing. I was wrong, and I'm sad. Yeah, Wario has a shoulder tackle. Exactly. Wario is badass. Wario is great. He brought flatulence to Super Smash Brothers. Anyway, I don't think I need to explain myself here. Oh wait, no, it's... But wait, there's virtual fishing. This might be the first not fun game. I'm calling it here and now. I've actually never played this, because guess what? I'm not particularly interested in fishing. This one, I think, was Japan exclusive. Pack-in video! God damn it. You know what? This one, I think, deserves the blue color. Finally, something that looks good with this color scheme. Yes, it is bad. Ah, it's bad! What, they put a battery in the virtual fishing game? Why would you do that? How dare you? I will be... There, I think that's all the Led Zeppelin symbols. Japan, why does your alphabet look like Led Zeppelin? It's like midnight fishing. Eh, we got what we could. We did what we could. Fishing games can be fun. Citation needed. Holy shit, that's a story! Now, before... Oh, it's a tutorial. Now, before we start, the tool... The tool Namit. Maybe that's like the name that I input. Let's go through the rules. I will explain. Is that a threat? The time limit is 8 minutes. Oh, buddy, we're gonna be stretching it at 7. No fucking way I'm playing this for 8 minutes. The ranking is decided by a total length of the fish caught during that time. I will decide. Oh, that is definitely a threat. The winning line this time was about 350 centimeters. Thank you. Well then, good luck. Good luck! You'll need it! Oh no, it's bad. Oh, I mean... Okay, the parallax is kind of cool, I guess. Help. Fuck's gonna be playing this for 8 minutes. Several fishing games on the PS1, but the funny thing is one of the best ones is fishing on Legend of Legaia. Okay. How to cast. Oh, did I do that? Oh, I see. So that's cast and then... Well, I can't exactly see the fish. So I just have to guess. In a zigzag motion, okay. So just rock on the D-pad to reel back in. And just hope. This sucks. Who the fuck's gonna be playing this for 8 minutes? I'm not even sure I want to be playing it for 7. So just fish and prey? Is to mimic the movements. To attract a bite? Okay. What the fuck? Who buys these games? Because there's a million of them. Somebody must be buying them. Is it dads? Are dads the ones buying these games? Can we tell dads to stop buying games so that we can stop these fucking fishing games? Fuck you, Dad. You ruined gaming. With your fucking fishing fetish. I think the only time I've ever had fun with a fishing game was in Animal Crossing New Horizon. And that's only because the game was so boring otherwise that the only thing that, like, that the one thing that felt remotely game-like was just, like, a breath of fresh air. It was just, like, I had sensory deprivation with that piece of shit game. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to all the Animal Crossing fans that I've offended by spitting knowledge right at your computer screen. Fishing games are fine, let me show you. Are there fishing games with lolly? Is there nude fishing? Is there nude hentai fishing? If that's the case, that probably still wouldn't be fun, but at least there's an incentive to play. Try and guess why you like this one. Is it gonna have anime girls? Is it gonna have lolly? Did I call it? Is there lolly?
Hold it!
Wait, what is this? Hooked on. Well, no lolly, but anime, it seems. This has such a Dreamcast aesthetic. Let's fish. Hooked on. Oh, PS Vita? I mean, honestly, like, Vita games had a Dreamcast aesthetic. Just, like, a lot of Dreamcast, or a lot of Vita games kind of shared that, like, early 2000s Dreamcast aesthetic. Just like really overly bright and colorful. Actually, Wii kind of had that aesthetic too, which is probably what these kinds of games were aping. I am asking the right questions. Good. Did I not see her? Oh, okay. There you go. She's literally the first girl shown. Okay, then. Well, there we go. I am asking the right questions. Virtual fishing. I guess theoretically a fishing game could be fun. I still need proof of that. Well, we finally found a not fun game. Now all of the tiers have something in them. We have only found one garbage game, though. Maybe that will change with Virtual League Baseball. You're gonna try virtual fishing? I mean, you can do that. Again, like, is it just dads who buy those fishing games? I think it has to be. Like, the black bass fishing games. There was, like, one, I think Steel Harbinger on PS1 is, like, the only one that looks kind of interesting because it's, like, horror-themed. Even then, I don't think, from what I understand, the game isn't actually that good. It's just interesting, which makes it the best fishing game. It's an unfair review. I'm sorry if I'm biased against fishing games. If you dislike my review, please take it up with LDP customer support. Be prepared to stay on hold for quite a while. Player versus computer! Alright. Baseball! America. Oh, actually, you know what? Canada. It's probably after midnight now, so it probably officially is Canada Day. Wait, is that Puerto Rico? Or no, is that... No, I think that's Cuba. Is the one next to Canada. No. Okay. USA versus Canada. The winner becomes the other one's state or province. It's not the bias, I had no idea how to play. Alright. I think even if I did know how to play, I would not enjoy it. The music is funny. Alright, play the game, and if you can find fun in a fishing game, then more power to you. Who knows, maybe you'll find the next hidden gem. I don't think that's gonna happen. Even if I knew how to play it, I don't think, I think this is actually, this might actually be... I think this might actually be Pro Yaku baseball. I beg your pardon? It's 3D, kinda. Guess what? This is baseball. Hate to alarm you all, but even the Virtual Boy is not immune to baseball. Just when you thought there might be a system that didn't have a baseball game. Oh shit, we just killed an audience member. Cool. Oh, I forgot to start the timer. Do I even want to spend 7 minutes on this, though? I mean, it's a solid baseball game, I guess. It's just kind of only that. I don't know. Baseball on Virtual Boy is not inherently a bad idea. And I would say it's executed mostly pretty well. Well, it's baseball. 5 minutes? Fuck that. I'm not playing this for 5 more minutes. Your elementary school was called Yo-Yo American Memorial School. So you had to learn the anthem. Oh, okay. It was founded by some war veteran. Alright. Well, that's good. Waterworld on Virtual Boy. It's like puking on a pile of shit. I've heard... So, Prime was saying earlier this is, quote, like the Castlemania of Virtual Boy. Which I guess implies that it's extremely jank. I don't know, though. From what I've seen, it seems alright. It seems kind of just like a typical shooter. Let's see. Let's see how I get to be proven wrong. Ah, yes, 90s dude. Waterworld. I do like how just like... I do just love how it's just like... Alright, well, what's the one licensed game for this system? Waterworld. It's just like... I don't think the failure of either system... I don't think the failure of either thing benefited the other thing in any way. Like, even if the Virtual Boy sold like hotcakes, Waterworld was not going to. Even if Waterworld was a successful film, it wasn't going to save the Virtual Boy. No, Castlemania. It's an Atari 800 game that is real goddamn jank. Oh, this actually... Oh, shit, this looks good. Hello? Hold on, let's do black and blue. No. Okay. Okay, so you can strafe with the right D-pad. Except, no. Never mind. Left and right D-pad do exactly the same. Let's try that again. Alright. Bye, Renee. Yep, 3D. It takes you... It just takes you back to the auto pause screen. It takes you right back to the very beginning of the game. Why does it keep, like, automatically adjusting the camera? Like, zooming it in and out? That's... Why would you do that? Well, I think it... I don't know if this is the best Virtual Boy game, but this might be one of the best Ocean licensed games. In that it's something that I can play, and I don't actively want to murder children while doing so. This is me, LVP, saying I do not endorse murdering children. I don't think you should do that. I don't think that's legal in most states yet. Goddamn Trump administration. So it seems like I don't actually have control over the movement. I mean, I have control over the left and right movement, but any movement forward seems to be automatic or in some form or another on rails. So I can rescue people? Wait, no. How do I do that? I've actually never seen Waterworld. Is it actually, like, underrated? Is Waterworld actually secretly a masterpiece of cinema? How do I save the people? Can I? The Castlemania of Virtual Boy? I don't know about that. Maybe it's time for an L cover.
Pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
What? Penis? What? Oh, Philippines. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that the national anthem? I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe it's time for an L cover. I'm still waiting for the L cover of Psycho Soldier. I might be waiting a very long time, but you know what? It will happen one day. This game seems fun, I just don't entirely understand how it works, or how you're supposed to play it. Oh, I see. So A and B is what changes the camera. Right, so question then remains, how do I save people? Because that seems like a thing I'm supposed to be able to do. That seems like a very integral mechanic in this. English Psycho Soldier theme is cute, though. I mean, they did what they could. Again, that was literally the very first vocal theme, so you get what you get. Also, if you think it was cute, then all the more reason to do a cover of it. Oh, I guess I didn't need to save the people, I just had to blow up the ships. Okay. Kevin Costner sent me a follow request on Twitter. I've said, why did I get this request? Then someone said, because you've streamed Waterworld on Virtual Boy. Hey, there you go, Kevin Costner. If anybody wants to go on Twitter, at Kevin Costner for me, tell him I'm a huge fan of whatever he's been in. It does look like shit. I'm in dire need of a celebrity to notice me. Actually, no. I think I don't want that, actually. I don't think celebrities need to know how bad I am at games. It's like someone asked a 9-year-old to sing it. Yeah. Psycho Soldier. No, it's more like they asked someone to sing it, showed them the script for the very first time, and was just like, okay, just read this. Like, they heard the tune, they read the script for the first time, and it was just like, okay, one take, here you go. We can't afford any more. We can't afford any more takes. We have you for exactly 15 minutes. As long as the take, like, is in some way coherent, and as long as you don't stumble over your words, we should be fine. This is fine. This is not the worst thing ever. In fact, by ocean standards, it might be one of the best things ever. Doesn't mean it's great, but... it's an ocean game that isn't total garbage. That's got to count for something, I would think. Waterworld is hard to find. You don't say. You don't. You don't say. You don't say that nobody bought Waterworld on Virtual Boy, and now it's hard to find. You don't say. You know, an underrated actor, Mark Dacasas? I don't know who that is. Go play Sydney Hunter. Go play Sydney Hunter and the Curse of the Mayans. Never heard of it. I don't know him, that's why he's underrated. Did you just make that name up? There was also a Waterworld game for SNES. I actually don't remember if it's the same thing or not. I played, my intro playlist played some music from it earlier. It has a pretty good soundtrack. Actually, I think it might be like a side-scroller, but like, it's a side-scroller, but a water level. So... Anyway, Waterworld. Fun. As you can see, he is real. Okay. Best movies are Only the Strong and Drive. He was the bad guy in Romeo Must Die. Never heard of any of those movies. Karumi just mentioned Nobetta's voice actress. Karumi loves Nobetta's voice actress. Anyway, Waterworld on Virtual Boy! It's like actually kind of fun. So, I have 2 more games to look at. One, I'm not 100% sure. Both of these are homebrew. Now, I'm not 100% sure to what degree any of these games are interesting. But this one kind of had an interesting title, Super Fighter Demo. I kind of wonder if this might be like a Street Fighter 2-like game. I also wonder if it'll even load. I'm actually not 100% sure on that. It's not going to load. Okay. So in that case... Bet it's a fight sim. It's a black screen sim, as it turns out. What did Prime send me?
He said go. Now!
Oh, shit. Oh, well, I mean, pretty good at choreography, I must say. Oh shit, son. Neat. It looks like it would be a fun video game, if nothing else. Anyway, the other one I wanted to look at, and I'm not 100% sure. So, I do know that there was a prototype Faceball. There was a prototype of Faceball 2 Virtual Boy. This says Faceball Remastered. I'm not 100% sure if this is that prototype or an addition onto that prototype, and to what degree they like polished it. So I'm going to assume this is... I would classify this as homebrew. I will rank this, though, because I think it is quite impressive. And this is one of the games, I think if this had come out, I'm not going to say it would have saved the Virtual Boy, but it might have put a couple more eyes on it. Yeah. He was a villain in a more... No game? Shit. Oh, it's okay. You didn't miss anything. He was the villain in one of the more recent John Wick movies. Oh, well, there you go.
Oh,
Oh, I think this might be that prototype then, because it's all in Japanese. Auto pause? Fuck you! It's bulletproof soft. Oh, this is the prototype then. He was in The Crow 2. Wasn't The Crow 2, like, infamously dog shit? Anyway, it's a first-person shooter with modern first-person shooter controls. So you use both thumbsticks. You use you move the left D-pad to move like up, down, left, right, and use this to turn. So this pioneered the Argonaut FPS control scheme before Argonaut pioneered it. The control scheme used in Alien Trilogy, I want to say? Was it Alien Trilogy? I think it was... No, it was Alien Resurrection on PS1. Alien Trilogy, I think, used a different control scheme. The control scheme that was very famously mocked in... Was it EGM or something like that? And yet kind of just became the standard immediately afterwards. This did that first. Stage 3. Okay, stage 2. Yes, underrated. What's this? Ah, okay. Some anime shit. Or not anime shit, Japanese shit. And you know what? It runs really well. This might be the new best version of Faceball 2000. I would even go as far as to say. Good music. Runs at a decent frame rate. I mean, it's not like a perfect frame rate or anything, but... still pretty impressive for Virtual Boy. Also, this would have looked sick as shit in 3D. I'm just gonna say. How does it look in red and black for the authentic Virtual Boy experience? Actually not bad. This, I think, would have been the killer app for Virtual Boy had it been released. I feel comfortable saying that. Yeah, this looks like Star Fox 3D. Kind of, yeah. Is this Faceball look like actual 3D? Yeah, this is Faceball. Faceball, of course, ported to a bunch of different systems, including Game Boy, which also had a very impressive port for that hardware. However... the one thing... see, this is why I was saying... this is why I was talking about Doom. Is because, like... Virtual Boy didn't have Doom, but it very nearly had this. Which really... just kind of makes you wish that it would have had, like, an actual first-person shooter. You get a couple of different stages, too. Lots of good music. Oh, actually, I guess you only get 4 stages, but... still. Also would have been cool if the Virtual Boy link cable would have come out. That would have been... imagine, like, multiplayer of this. get an analog pocket and do Alphacade on the Game 8. You know what? If you're willing to buy me an analog pocket, maybe. If you are willing to donate an analog pocket to LDP, maybe. I will start the fundraiser now. Anyway. I do kind of wonder if they would have added more stages had this actually been released. I kind of don't think they would have done much more. Wouldn't I be able to emulate it with the Steam Deck? Theoretically, yes, I can do it with MAME. However, that's MAME. I'm not 100% sure how to do that. MAME requires a lot of config to do other systems that aren't arcade. Actually, it requires a lot of config to do arcade games a lot of the time, so... But yeah. Faceball, it says Faceball Remastered. I'm just going to call it Faceball because I'm not 100% sure if the Remastered would have been part of the original title. But outstanding. And there you have it. As you can see, the Virtual Boy is the first system, I think, well, I don't think, I know. Virtual Boy is the first system that I have ranked which does not... Usually, the systems that I rank pretty consistently have games that are right down the middle, as in, like, 5 or 6 out of 10, 5, 6, 7 out of 10, basically right down the middle. So, like, in the meh category or the fun category. This is the first system I've looked at where the majority of games are outstanding. And you know what? Game Gear Goddess made an excellent point earlier on. Basically, and I agree with her. I think that the only thing holding the Virtual Boy back was the Virtual Boy itself. Because you have a lot of good games. Of the 20 or so games released, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them I would classify as outstanding. Maybe 7 if that virtual fishing game turns out to... I know, that's, yeah, wishful thinking. But... Six of the games turned out to be outstanding. Virtual Boy really did have a lot of good games. I would say, like... Okay, my general rule of thumb is if you are buying a new system and you aren't sure if you want to buy that system, the rule of thumb I would say is, are there 5 games that you can think of that you really want to play that are exclusive to that system? And to be fair, I don't think like all of the games in the outstanding are exclusive to Virtual Boy. I think Panic Bomber I put in the outstanding section, and that's not exclusive. But all the other ones, I believe, are. So, I would say there are at least 5 games exclusive to the Virtual Boy that you cannot get anywhere else. I would recommend... I would recommend at least emulating the Virtual Boy. I don't know if I would recommend getting an actual Virtual Boy for many of the reasons that I have demonstrated over the course of the stream. With emulation, yeah, you don't get the stereoscopic 3D that the Virtual Boy would have had, but also you don't get the stereoscopic 3D that the Virtual Boy had. Isn't that great? It doesn't give you a headache. You can change the color palette, which in a lot of games is really quite necessary. And Virtual Boy, again, very prone, especially nowadays, very prone to kind of like disaligning itself, the stereoscopic 3D, or just some of the lenses just failing entirely. It's definitely one that you want to emulate. Yeah, you don't get the stereoscopic 3D, and that's probably like, if you were to actually collect a real system, that is like the one thing that you can't get without emulation. But also it doesn't give you a headache, so, you know, swings and roundabouts, I guess. And even like, I would say like, well, there was only one game I classified as garbage, and that is Red Alarm. And looking at Red Alarm, you can see immediately why I put it there. Virtual fishing is not fun, but, I mean, it's fishing. Of course it's not going to be fun. I am biased. And two games which are flawed, meaning, like, you could theoretically have some enjoyment out of them if they were just kind of programmed a little bit better. And considering the system really only had a 7-month lifespan, and you would imagine just kind of, like, especially like, once the system came out and it was really readily apparent that there was no way that it was going to succeed, you would think that a lot of the development would just kind of just like, all right, rush what you have, get it out the door. No, they a lot of the Virtual Boy games, very polished. Vertical 4, well, I mean, if we look at the outstanding games, Faceball, all right, that wasn't released. Virtual Boy Wario Land, Telro Boxer, Space Quash, admittedly Japan exclusive. Panic Bomber, admittedly available on other systems, I believe is Puzzle Bomber. And Jack Brothers, which is a Virtual Boy exclusive. Also worth $1 billion, but guess what? So is literally everything that Atlas touches. That's just statistical probability playing out. I don't think you're entirely wrong about that. The EXP system is slowing down YouTube, is it? Oh, I wonder if... I'm not losing connection, am I? I'm not losing... Okay, no, it's fine my end. I was gonna say, because if there was like a connection issue, that could have been my end. Like I said, there's a storm coming around. Devs will try their best to make a good game. Right, but... yeah, devs will try their best, but dev studios... I was saying, like... I think in most circumstances, dev studios wouldn't necessarily care if the product is good or not. Especially on a system that, I mean, almost immediately you could see was destined for the garbage. The Virtual Boy, then again though, is the Virtual Boy a failure? I have actually argued not necessarily, because I think that the Virtual Boy succeeded in what it set out to do. My argument is, the Virtual Boy was really nothing more then a stopgap then a holdover between the Super Nintendo and the Nintendo 64, the Ultra 64, as it would have been called by this point. The N64, I think, was initially supposed to come out, if not 1994, then 1995. So right around the time of the Sony PlayStation and the Sega Saturn. It was delayed heavily, though, because there were just a lot of issues getting the tech right and getting a lot of the games ready and things like that. It had a very messy development cycle. What I speculate happened is Nintendo needed something to basically appease the stockholders. They needed something to show that they were working on something because the N64 was being so heavily delayed by this point. And so they basically put out the Virtual Boy, which was something. I've made that argument in the past. I don't know if I necessarily support it now. One, because I feel like there was a genuine attempt at putting out something of quality, even if the end product was not necessarily quality. And two, if you look at all of the games released for it, the games themselves don't necessarily reflect that sort of let's ship out something mentality. They put a lot of effort into the games, and a lot of them are first-party Nintendo, so it would have, they would have funneled in some R&D into their own dev company. They would have funneled some R&D into their own software houses, whether they be first or second party. But yeah, I've made that argument in the past. I'm not 100% sure I stand by it now, but I think if anything, you could say the Virtual Boy did succeed in being a stopgap between the Super Nintendo and the N64. Because right around the time of the Virtual Boy... right around the time that the Virtual Boy ceased production was right around the time that the Nintendo 64 was released. And that became Nintendo's future, at least for the foreseeable future. Commercially, it's a failure like the Wii. Now let's ask back. The Wii was not a failure commercially. I mean, you can argue in hindsight whether Nintendo had the right marketing strategy with the Wii, but I think even in hindsight you would lose that argument because it sold a shit ton. The Wii was not even just purchased by gamers, it was purchased by your grandmother who never played a video game in her life. Nintendo kind of had a genius marketing strategy with the Wii, and it paid off. It didn't pay off for that long, but I mean, I think the Wii might still be in the top 10 best-selling consoles of all time, so I mean, still. That was an interesting console generation, though, because, you can, if you cherry-pick your statistics enough, there's a point where each of the big three could have won the console generation. First, Wii was leading in sales, then the 360 was leading in sales, and towards the very end is when the PS3 came from a distant third to win that console generation. Just as kind of a last minute push, the PS3 ended up winning. And I think you can I would say you can blame. I think Microsoft could have won the console generation wholeheartedly if it wasn't for their massive. If it wasn't for their massive push for the Kinect. I think the Kinect might have killed the 360's momentum. Because they tried and failed to compete with the Wii. And, like, I'll be honest, when I first saw the Kinect, when I was a little kid, I was just like, okay, I remember my specific thoughts being, this is the future of video games. We cannot possibly compete. We cannot possibly evolve any further. And then I actually used the Kinect, and I was just like, maybe games do need a controller after all, actually. But yeah. So, Virtual Boy, I would say, looking at this list, I think it's pretty clear the Virtual Boy was a very underrated system. Would the statistics have been this good if the system had lasted another 2 or 3 years? I don't really know. But, given the circumstances that we have, I think the Virtual Boy is a very underrated system. With a lot of really, really good games, some of which even take advantage of the virtual reality. As in 2 of them, and 1 of them I put in the garbage tier. So, take that for what you will. You're a winner, I agree. So, all right. Well, we got like a pretty decent amount of stream time out of the Virtual Boy. That is something I was scared of. I'm glad my fears were not well rounded. Mainly because I was just like pushing for time for some of those games. Is Arus the only one live? I think he might be. Arus Knight. What's he playing? Oh, looks like Smash. Smash Ultimate, it looks like. Yep, well played. GG. Right. Arus Knight. I changed his redeem slightly. Hopefully that'll... It's probably going to be 2 redeems now. Yep, alright. Perfect. So now we have his YouTube, his Twitch, and his Kick channels. So you can raid any one of those that you please. Anyway, tomorrow, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney should be beating that game. Thursday, I will be playing Miku. Miku is already there. Good for Miku. Yeah, Thursday, Artanelico. Saturday, if you have not voted on the Eldiner Cinema poll, it is up on my posts tab. And currently, the results are... eight votes. Guys, it is a 50-50 tie between American Psycho and Golden Child. Collateral, Equilibrium, and Where Eagles Dare both have 0 votes. It is a 50-50 tie. Literally 1 vote could determine a winner between American Psycho and Golden Child. Or, potentially, one of the other ones. If people decide to vote for those. Which Maybe they will. Who knows? But yeah, it is a 50-50 tie. So, maybe that will change by Tuesday. Hopefully it will change by Saturday. That, I guess I just have to, like, flip a coin or something, if that happens. Or just pick American Psycho, because I just really like that movie. Sunday, I will continue on with Adventures of Little Ralph. And Monday, I don't know if you guys have been waiting for this a long time. I've been waiting for this a long time. I've been teasing it for a long time. We are finally going to be beginning the Alphacade for Nintendo Game Boy Advance. That is going to be an interesting one. There are a lot of hidden gems for Game Boy Advance. And a lot of shit, but hopefully at least some of the shit's going to be interesting. So, anyway, thank you guys so very much for watching. Always super appreciated. Special thank you to my members, Arus218, LCX, Omega Ace Gaming, Mazin Power, Verducci Man, Jeremiah Thomas, DJ Ronnie G, and Yasuke Supreme. And thank you to everyone who watched the stream tonight. Thank you, Arus218, DJ Ronnie G, Karumi Good Gamer, Game Gear Goddess, Nicholas W, Renee W, Sir Jacob, Nintendo Volts, Cerulean, Drunky Cheese, Jeremiah Thomas, Prime One, Marior, and Vincent, the Adventure Group. Thank you guys so very much for watching. Good night. I thank you for running my TED Talk. Bye, everyone.
It's the outro, and here's the outro freak. Freddy Freak of Interpretation, sweeping the nation, doing his thing. But wait, if you wanna see more of me, become a member, watch some movies on LDN Cinema, play some games on Rum Roulette and Request. To be part of the community, join the Discord, talking about games, music, rum requests, and more. Join now. That's all of the plugs that I've made. Thank you all for watching. Now let's raid!